Well, hello. And it has been a bit. Certainly since we were last in Minecraft playing with the old cubes. Today we are back on Minecraft Legacy 1.12.2. So, still back in the historical versions because, let's face it, that's where most of the cool mods are. Today's mod set is a bit unusual, certainly for me, because it includes a semi-challenge overhaul. The feature mod is, well, the feature mods are Embers and Electroblob's Wizardry and Astral Sorcery and some other bits and bobs here and there. But there's a bit of an issue, because our showcase mod is called Ember Forged. It's a bridge between Embers and Mine Fantasy Reforged. Pardon me. And Mine Fantasy is a bit involved. I pre-generated the world here just to be sure that I would have a world that I could live with, and not some beach island in the middle of a million blocks of ocean. And I have poked around a bit on a couple of previous plays just to make sure the mod set doesn't explode immediately. What we have here is the OneProbe config, which is our little tooltip at the top center of the screen. Astral Tome, the Astral Sorcery book. Eventually, surely that will become relevant, but until it is, we need to protect it. The core thing is this research book. And we also have some funny armor ratings up here, which will become important sooner rather than later. So, we have our research book, which is kind of involved. And we have 5 skill trees, as well as a whole bunch of achievement-like pages of research, development, technology, and a bunch of other mess. And I'm just going to go ahead and say that I don't think this book is very well designed. I mean, it's clearly a little bit based on the Thaumcraft model, but it also has far too small a window here. In fact, maybe we can fix that. If we have GUI scale to auto, does that fix it? No. I mean, it's physically bigger, but so are the icons, so we've gained nothing. I prefer it on large anyway. So it does give us a whole getting started section. And this is one of the major things of the mod. We have something called hardcore crafting enabled. So regular tools are crippled. Regular armor is crippled, even though it doesn't really mention it. And to start off, punch some stone. No, really, stone barehanded to create sharp rocks. Use these to break some leaves for vines and sticks, and logs for wood. We gotta get to a crafting table with some timber so we can make a carpenter bench. And this is made in a crafting table, so we need a minimum 2 crafting tables. I seem to have lucked out and started right next to a little hole full of stone. So let's get to punching that stone. And that gives us I mean, it's a random number of sharp rocks. Kind of shocked I only got one. Why are we only getting one? I've gotten like 3s of these before. There's a pair. Well, we will need a few of these just to get started. That's more like it. 7. 10, so that's another 3. And I shouldn't have to do the math to get from 10 to 12. Copper is here as well, produced by Mind Fantasy Reforged. That is also important. We use these sharp rocks to break some leaves. That will give us sticks and vines. And it says to use the sharp rocks on logs, but this is no different from using your fist. You may also note there's a small green bar in the bottom right-hand corner that seems to respond to us breaking, well, the leaves anyway, with the sharp rocks. That's a stamina meter. The stamina meter interacts with Mind Fantasy tools based on their weight and your activity. It comes into play a lot with combat too. Weapons. Weapons especially are really keyed into the stamina system. Okay, I think close to a stack is enough vines. Vines are really only necessary in the very early part. They go into primitive tools. Now I can stop bashing leaves and start focusing on logs. Because wood is going to be an ever-present need, as it always is. If there was a way to automate it, you bet I would. That was not meant to be a pun. But here we are. I also tried the capsule mod in this mod set, which was neat for a while, because it gives you a pocket starter house you can just deploy. Unfortunately, it doesn't play well with many of the blocks in Mind Fantasy. And trying to deploy a capsule house that contains Mind Fantasy blocks immediately crashes the client. So that had to go. I also, for a while, considered just taking out Mind Fantasy itself, so I could more quickly get to the other showcase mods in this pack. But then I found myself strangely compelled by everything Mind Fantasy is doing. And a mod that, on the surface, I kind of don't like, but can hold my interest as well as Mind Fantasy has, is definitely a keeper. Okay, we have a starting stock of wood, we have ready access to a small stock of copper that'll be necessary soon, we have water. The only thing that could make this better is if there were sheep nearby. That's not a sheep. That's not even the same neighborhood as a sheep. Coal. Coal is pretty critical too. I also kind of want to get away from, the spawn chunks, because Minecraft does weird things involving the spawn chunks. I think they're considered permanently loaded. Ooh, this is good too. Limestone. That'll be necessary soon. This is just generally a really good area. Unfortunately, all I'm finding for animals are chickens, which I think is basically the only animal that isn't immediately useful to me. I'll still take an egg. Then we go from forest over here to... That's a sunset. And there's sheep. Okay, there's sheep in the taiga. Which means what I need to do right now is arrange a hiding place from the impending evening. And I think that's going to be back in the first gold we found. So that's probably a bad idea. I gotta find something. Ooh, these are fun too. These little flowers hook into Electroblob's wizardry. Something else that'll be fun later. I know, one of my favorite phrases in complicated Minecraft mod sets. We'll need more of that later. Okay, well, it's too late, and it's dark, and I never turned on keep inventory, so not sure if I even will. That's still kind of an open question right now. There sure are some weird shapes here. It's a big yawning semi-cave. Also, berry bushes. They are a mine fantasy thing. I keep having to stop myself from saying mine factory, because that's where my brain goes at the initials MFR. But it's not Mine Factory Reloaded, it's Mine Fantasy Reforged. Where did that copper deposit go? Definitely going in circles. A little bit of coal. Twisty tunnels. More coal. Don't get me wrong. Love the coal. But I really want to identify that copper again. Though I think somewhat more important than that is identifying somewhere safe to stand for a few minutes. And this little hole might be it, honestly. Alright, so we get a crafting table. And then we get 2 more crafting tables, for reasons. That everything gets put down. Then we turn some birch planks into timber. Surprisingly, not sticks. We turn these into 2 carpenter's benches. And a couple of chests. So you got our chest, a carpenter's bench, another carpenter's bench, which I need to put in the chest for now. I'm really surprised nothing is coming after us yet. And now it's time to make some starter tools with the sharp rocks. In the carpenter's bench, this is where you get, the axe is actually useless. It's not even good for chopping wood. The war axe chops wood better than you would expect the axe tool to do. Then we have tongs, worry about those later. A sword, a spear. Spear is pretty good. Shovel, there we go. Pickaxe. Looks kind of like a pickaxe, though the materials are a bit different. I'm going to start with 3 of these things, because their durability, not the best. Uh-oh. No, leave me alone. Now is not the time. I could bait it into exploding somewhere useful. That might work in my favor. Because if I just let it force me around, I'm going to run into a zombie. There we go. Some free cobble. And other blocks. Which I can maybe use to stop that from happening again. Oh, yeah, that's pretty bad. Things could fall in from above here. Anyway, not my best work, but it'll serve for an evening. Anyway, crafting in Mind Fantasy. Things go in here, which is a larger workbench. They have a tool that you have to craft them with. A crafting station they need to be crafted on. And with the tool, this being bare-handed, you either right-click the top or left-click any side of the block. And you can't spam it, or it'll just be very slow. It makes noise, and you get your tool. I am also going to need something resembling a weapon here. Ooh, the spear for the reach. Now with that arranged, we have some other options, like actually collecting cobblestone conventionally. Although you'll definitely notice that this is even slower than a stone pick, like a vanilla stone pick. Unfortunately, this is going to be our tool for a fairly long time. But I can still get a furnace arranged. Something we'll also be seeing a lot of is can research. Well, that skeleton has a sword. That's okay. The reach on the spear is not kidding. Oh, that's not a creeper. Also, can I mark this as like a little home point? Other things we're going to need. Definitely a stone hammer. Which is mostly used as a crafting tool with this bench. And the most immediately relevant thing we need to do with it is take this spare carpenter's bench and my research book and bang out a research bench. The book, fortunately, is not destroyed, because we're going to need that. We're going to need that a lot. We're also going to need charcoal and more wood. So maybe one of those war axes is in order. Is that it? No, that's the stone axe. The war axe is backwards. And also a bit more viney. Is that not? Oh, that's what it looked like. And you know what? We'll go ahead and do another one. We will use these to go harvest a bunch of wood. Because that's what I'm going to need before I can really get started with, oh, anything. Just a very sizable wood supply. As well as coal and copper. So this is really working out for a starting area. I could do without the skeleton noises, though. Actually, if I can get a decent supply of coal and copper, this could be my fastest start yet. We'll just have to ignore how very, very slowly these primitive stone tools work. But there's literally no alternative right now. Well, I suppose there could be an alternative. I could just make a regular stone pickaxe with the 3 cobblestone and the sticks, and it would work. The problem is, it would only work for about 5 or 6 block breaks, and then it would explode. Yeah. Vanilla tools are crippled with Mind Fantasy Reforged. It forces you to use its tools and its progression. Which, ordinarily I would kind of resent. But it is compelling. The sort of challenge that keeps you driven. Oh, found a new cave. And that wasn't my footstep. We can get some more coal here. Charcoal is coming, but coal, specifically coal, is necessary for quite a few things, even early on. So having a very decent stock of it is going to be very helpful. Is this going to be my fastest jump into metal yet? I mean, I'm sure you have no context for that statement, but this is like my 3rd time playing the very opening stages of this mod, just to make sure it's, doable and tolerable. That sounds really close. It is. He's right over there. Stabbing. Traditional bow skeleton. Not my favorite problem. But hey, I've got a spear that apparently can reach for miles. This copper we can't do a thing about. That's Ember's copper, which is mined at a different tool level. So I'm just going to stick with this MFR tin, which in my previous couple of test plays I had a hard time finding. So this much readily available tin and copper is honestly feeling pretty nice. Pretty much the only other thing I could want right now is that limestone. And maybe a door. A door would be nice. Okay, copper, tin. Gonna need more chests. Here's some charcoal, which will give you some torches. Torches, still an important thing. We also still haven't gone for all the wood that I said we were going to go after. And it's kind of showing. But I definitely need to get some torches in here. And now we get some trees out. It's not that much faster than barehanded, but it matters. And remember how cheap the tool was to make. So it's not like we're wasting resources using a borderline weapon to cut trees with. We just use rocks to tear plant fiber and sticks up the treetops. And we can get more sharp sticks, or sharp rocks. That's not an issue. If you put cobblestone or dirt by itself into the carpenter's bench, you can break it down into sharp rocks. I think dirt can be done barehanded, and cobblestone you need to use a hammer to break it apart, but you get like 8. So sharp rocks are not an issue. I'm also going to have to go get those sheep. I don't know if I want to do that now, or wait until I have some shears. Which are actually closer than you might think. But at the same time, farther away than you might think. I know, uselessly vague. Ah, sunset. That's a good reason to stop and pack it in. Let's get through this tree, and then we'll go back into our little cave tunnel. Bunch of saplings, don't mind the apple. Then there's the chicken, kind of mocking us. So is this coal ore. This coal ore definitely have things to say about our parentage. Alright, looks like my torch game could use a little work. There. Now we are all lit in here. Not necessarily lit outside, but I don't care about outside. Doors. I kind of want to claim more of that territory on that side. But on this side, we kind of have the outdoors right here, so door. This side I want to push back to the mouth of the cave. We don't have the blocks for that yet. Now, I think we can almost get into metalworking. Since it's dark, I don't have much to do right now besides look at my kind of fail but slowly growing weapon skills. So in the getting started guide, we've made the carpenter's bench and some basic tools. See, bare hands, carpenter's bench, dirt block, gets us sharp rocks. So sharp rocks, not an issue. There's our stone pickaxe. You can also suggest the stone hammer. You can hammer cobblestone and other cobblestone types to get more sharp rocks if you need them. Here's the spear, the axe, which my first two playthroughs, I made the basic axe. So I can tell you it's no good. It does not dig trees any faster than barehanded. Hello, chicken. This is where you start. You need a steady supply of wood, coal, copper, stone, and hide. We don't have any hides yet. Hides now drop from most animals in place of leather. Then crafting blocks requires some interaction. Set up the recipe as instructed, select the correct tool, then click the block with the tool, keeping hits about a second apart until it finishes. There's the carpenter's bench again. Fire pit. This is our basic fireplace, before the Minecraft fireplace existed. Put two sharp rocks together to get a basic fire starter. You can also make a stove and a stone oven. These are for, obviously, cooking food and other things. Tanning. Tanning is how you convert hides. You put timber in a square, make a shabby tanning rack, and a knife, and you can scrape hides into leather. But the shabby tanning rack has a chance to break. There is a better one, but it requires metalwork. Then we have forging. Forging requires a stone anvil, a stone forge. You need your hammer. You need tongs, the fire starter, a blacksmith apron, so I need to get leather before I can start metalwork. And there's something else needed here that it hasn't actually told us about. So I guess I'm going to have to go get into that. Put our wood away. Get some more charcoal rolling. We really need more timber rolling as well. What I need most of all is daytime and enough with that chicken. I don't know why the chicken took damage standing on top of the furnace. That's kind of news to me, honestly. But I guess you learn something occasionally. You know, whenever things feel like teaching you things. So there's our fire pit. And our stove. The purpose of the fire pit and stove is that this is how food is cooked now. I'm also going to need some more sharp rocks. So I don't have any to make a fire starter with. There we go. Dry rocks. I guess right in this hole here is fine for the fire pit, with the stove placed on top of its hitbox. How do fire pit and stove work? Well, you get some timber. Put the timber into the fire pit. This fuels it. And you use the fire starter a lot to get it lit. Now the stove is cooking and the fire is heating. You put your food on top of the stove. And it cooks. You can also put your food directly into the fire pit to cook it, but that has a chance of turning it into burnt food. You don't want that. Burnt food is no good to anybody. It'll also turn into burnt food if you leave it on top of the fire pit for too long. But that's not an issue right now. Another thing I'm going to need, I may as well read up on it while the sun is beginning to creep into the sky, is on another page. And it's annoying that it's on another page. Forging the basics of metalwork talks about the stone anvil, 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 anvil. No. Trough I'm going to need, forge. Forge is just a heat source. Making copper requires a bloomery. I don't know where in this book it's supposed to tell you about the bloomery. Right there, apparently. The bloomery is made with cooked stone and a block of coal. Place equal amounts of ore and coal in the block, and then use a fire starter on it. If all goes well, it will smelt the ores into bars. And you need to use a hammer to bang the bars out of the bloom, and it helps to have empty tongs when you collect the ingot. Otherwise, the hot ingot will set you on fire. We also need our blacksmith apron to also not set ourselves on fire. So, we need to go get some sheep, or some cows, or just anything really. Any animal that will give us some hides. So basically anything but a chicken. And I'm going to want some spare weapons, because it would not do to run out of spear on a hunting expedition. Sword's an idea, but the extra spears would be fun. The club does more damage. It's just a slightly offset pickaxe. Kind of funny. Hoe, hammer. I think I'm going to make some clubs. We're going to go clubbing. I still have my spare war axe. Or my dying war axe, I guess. In case any trees present themselves. Alright, time to hunt. We have our spear for actual hostiles, and our club to take out passives. Also, now would be a good time for berry picking. Since there are apparently so many berry bushes in the area. Berry bushes can be picked up according to the book, but that requires shears, which we do not yet have. Also, I am not turning down free tin. One thing I don't understand about this mod is why, after successfully hitting something, my screen very rapidly, or like instantly pitches down. Like, you notice when I hit the chicken, my camera immediately goes crank. Just slightly down and to the left. Don't know why. Don't like it. Nobody expects melee weapons to have reverse recoil. See, snap. I did not move my mouse there. There's also another thing that Mind Fantasy gives us. A bit of a change to the combat system. We already have the Minecraft attack, the attack cooldown, the critical hit if you attack while falling. Mind Fantasy gives you the ability to critical hit one step harder. And that is if you crouch during a crit. This basically allows you to really, really hard dive bomb the opponent. For even more damage than a normal crit, I believe. It also stuns you momentarily from the impact, and stuns them as well, I think. So as long as it's not a creeper, it's fine. It does cost more stamina to do that, though. I don't want to mess with that yet. Those dark, spooky-looking blocks are a Electroblob's wizardry thing. And if that turns out to involve combat, we are not equipped for that. Anyway, continue mauling the sheep. I would love to be able to bring some sheep home, but I don't have anywhere near the infrastructure for that. Mostly I need the hides. It would also be nice to get some hides of other sizes. So, cows for large. Feeling very dry for some reason. Yeah, cows for large hides. And I forget where small hides come from. I know wolves have small hides. But that's a bit of a challenge with such weak gear. I do like having access to all these sheep, though. You just crush them, collecting hide and wool and mutton. It's like playing Age of Empires. All the sheep you could ask for. Oh, right. I was supposed to be using my stone club on these sheep, and not the spear that I need for self-defense. That high-pitched, like, blaze noise was us. I let my stamina bar get too low there. A bit too aggressive about the jump slams. Oh, a pig. Pigs, I believe, are worth small hides. Yes, they are. So if there could be more pigs and fewer sheep, I could really be getting somewhere. Also, a bit puzzled about the blood particles that happen sometimes on wounded creatures. I don't know if there's a bleeding debuff, or if that's just visual. Doesn't seem to happen all the time. Oh yeah, and that marble structure, that's astral sorcery related. Which I do not currently have the tools to deal with. Looks like we're running out of daylight, though. Which is fine. We've got 30 hide, 30 wool, lots of mutton to eat. It's been a good hunting trip. This is another astral sorcery structure. Nothing ever happened with this one. Because I'm back on 112.2, I'm using an older version of astral sorcery, where the dev started building these little gateway-looking things as like a hint of features to come. And then those features never really materialized. He kind of moved away from those structures as the mod developed into later versions of Minecraft. So we never did find out what those were supposed to be for, because they disappeared as mysteriously as they came. Okay, I am a bit farther from home than I was banking on. And the noises of angry monsters, like that one. I know I've said that a skeleton in the water is the most dangerous thing around, but when that skeleton only has a sword, I'm not concerned. Especially when I have a spear. Hey, he dropped his sword. So in addition to that diving mechanic, the improved critical dive bomb, the mod also kind of overhauls blocking. Different weapons are better at blocking than others. It also gives monsters the ability to block if they are equipped with a weapon that can. You have no weapon, making you a tad silly. Doubly so for trying to hide behind a tree. It did, however, make me break my spear. And there's a baby zombie, which I am not pleased with. Oh, that's an armed baby zombie. Ow, ow, I'm right outside home. I'm right home and bleeding. Still don't know what bleeding does. But it's not costing me health, so I guess it's fine. Oh boy. They are gonna be mad when daytime comes. So what did we get? Iron Dagger. And a bunch of other things. One thing I absolutely need here. Huh? I don't know why it's taking damage. It's not daytime. I need to make a bed to set my spawn point. That's one of the things this whole expedition was for. Where am I going to put it in this very cramped and tiny place I have? I guess right there for now. Can't rest now, monsters nearby, don't care. I can research the dagger? Apparently not. Not yet. Need more skill to research the dagger. Clay cannot be researched. Eggs, not yet. I know I can research coal and charcoal. One of 4 researches for explosives. One of 2 researches for coke. That is coal coke, advanced fuel. And then another one for explosives. Another one for coke. More potential researches remain. We'll hammer out that shabby tanning rack. But there's still something missing from our ability to perpetrate some tannery. And that is water. These hides are very bloody. That's a bad thing. That zombie has a spear. I don't think he knows how to use it. No, he doesn't have a spear. And it sounds like his friends are coming. He didn't drop the spear, so I don't care. I have a mighty need of some cooked food, though. Since we are kind of dying. And my health is flat out not in the best place right now. So we'll put a decent amount of fuel there. Some mutton on top. There. Took a lot of effort, but we got it lit. I don't know what to do with this dagger. It's just a fast weapon, but not as good as my existing weapons. That's fine, though. We can sit here and do some grilling. Do I have gravel? I do. Kinda want to dig this gravel into flint, because I will need a couple flint. flint is just not happening. There's a couple flint. So, how long until the baby zombies realize? What? Just casually a wizard pops my door open. Okay, suddenly evil wizard in my face. Okay, I've got my 2 flint. I also need more stone, like cooked stone. So I should be quarrying some cobble. A lot of it. Provisioning skill is increasing as we perpetrate some cookery. This would not happen if I just smelted these meats in the furnace. We wouldn't get the provisioning levels. Whoa, that's a creeper. That's a bit different than what we're punching here. There are so many zombies. Go away. Is that enough? Are we done yet? No. Skeleton over there. I don't know why it's not burning. This guy's got a spear. Again. We already played this game. We already killed that exact zombie with that exact weapon. Oh, and my fire ran out of fuel. Okay then. Today, I guess, tanning rack. I need to do more mining. We need to get these hides down to some water. Buddy, you're clearly trying to block. I don't know what you're blocking, apart from maybe the sun. But, you look like you're glitching out. Some more copper, not about to turn that down. Water is the priority, though. Also, isn't this the... Yeah, this is the original copper that I saw. Way back when we first... I mean, it's not even way back now. It's just earlier in the stream when I first spawned, when I first generated the world. This was the first copper we saw. I do need to quarry more stone. I think this hole is going to be where we do it. But right now, hides. We just wash off the hides. That's it. You right-click them on a water source and they become clean hides. The only use for making for dirty hides is that they're used to make bandages, which seems very counterintuitive. I figured you'd want clean hides to bind your wounds with, but, you know, guess not. But no matter. We are missing some components to make to make hide bandages with, so I'm just not going to worry about it. Surely we will find more hide. Though maybe not around here specifically, since this seems to be chicken country. Now, do these combine? They do. So I can still use that little hack to squeak out some more durability. Also on the docket, 4 granite. I think actually granite and all. Nope, it does not count as cooked stone. Not even here, but this is what it's for. Kitchen bench. That's another later thing that I'll be happy to have prepared for. That is some Astral Sorcery marble, which again we can't touch until we have an iron tier pickaxe, which this is not, nor will the next one be. Ah, some tin. That'll be nice to have. I don't actually know if tin or copper is better. All I know for sure is that I'm not going to have access to bronze until I practice making tools from lesser materials first. Bronze has to be researched. And speaking of gathering assorted materials, where did I see that limestone? Not here at home. Uh-oh. No. The knockback on the stone club? Pretty good. Oh, that's weird. It has a block graphic, but it really doesn't like using that block graphic if I have an offhand torch. Here, we see some iron, which I am not qualified to mine. But iron exists. It'll be ready for the taking eventually. Oh, ow. Just a casual arrow to my forehead. Let me turn off the light overlay. Oh, going pretty well so far. I'm just looking for a cave I saw earlier, which had some limestone in it. Yeah, Minecraft doesn't mess with the chat. That's a bad sound. I'm glad we're not dealing with that sound right now. This wasn't it. This is back towards home. Thanks. I'm just not finding that limestone hole. Which is annoying, because I'm gonna need it. Oh, this looks kind of familiar. And here's some. This is not where I was looking for it, but this is what I was looking for. Limestone is a forging ingredient. Ignore. It counts as stone. We don't care. That with it, I don't care. Oh dear. I thought those footsteps were getting close. This is an Embers creature. It's kind of threatening. But he's gone now. Anyway, I was looking for... Somehow, limestone turns into flux. There it is. The limestone or the limestone cobblestone can be hammered on the anvil into flux. And flux is an important smithing, etc. ingredient. It's getting dark. I just need to mark this limestone and get the heck back. Oh yeah! Also, poppy footsteps. That's another Embers golem. Gotta go. I don't have anything resembling armor yet, nor can I. Actually, I kind of can. Like, as of now. Tain't much, but I can has armor. Alright. I'm gonna need stone knife. Probably 2 or 3 of them, honestly. Put those bones away. And carpenter's knife. Knife looks like this? Yes. And if I move the rock, it becomes tongs, which we will also need soon. So maybe I'll just make 2 tongs first. And then 3 knives. Shift that over. Definitely going to need more storage. Yeah, this mod is kind of proud of its funky dunky noises. Okay. I have small hides. I can use the small hides to make a headdress and boots. Which I definitely should. I've already forgotten what they look like. Because they're made here, not in the crafting bench. Hide boots. And a hide headdress? Was that it? No, I got it backwards. I cannot headdress. I'm out of small hides. Medium hide makes a skirt. And I haven't found any cows yet, so large hides don't exist. We put these on. You'd think 6 armor and 2 armor is pretty good. That sounds at least iron tier. But also note that it has an armor rating separated by cutting, piercing, and blunt. That is a Mind Fantasy Reforged thing. Damage types matter. Now we will perpetrate some tannery as things charge in. Can I just ignore you, or are you gonna be an issue? I would love if he would drop his weapon, but they don't want to do that. I still need to move this back. I need more blocks for that. I can also get some cooking done. While we're waiting on everything else. Just throw a bunch of wood on the fire pit. And get some grilling in. While we tan these hides. Just scrape them with the knife. And yeah, that can happen. I didn't expect it to happen immediately, but it can happen. The shabby tanning rack just has a chance to explode sometimes. So we'll just make another one. Sure will be nice to have a large leather supply. Which is why I made all these knives. It also, saves your progress, which is nice. I can step away mid-craft, do some other things, and it hasn't forgotten that I'm over halfway through cutting this leather. More mods need to do that. Next knife. Keep the cooking going. Right or left click works for this, as long as you're slow and rhythmic with it. You can, as I said, hold down right click, but the progress per click will be less, and the damage dealt to your tool will not be less, so it's just not worth it to try and speed this up. And the rack exploded again. I could rebuild it, but honestly I think we have enough. 48 leather? 48 leather's a pretty nice place to be after just one small hunting expedition. Still want to grill what I can with the food available, and more wood would also certainly help as the sun rises. I got a nice amount of cobble too, so I could push this wall back and take them out of the cave, as I keep saying I want to. It's quiet enough. I'll keep my cooking cycling. What are we going to do here? Where does the door go? And why don't I have a shovel yet? An idea begins to take shape. It looks a lot like this, but not like that. That square, not allowed to be dark. Oop, out of fuel. More wood still needs to happen, and I need this door. Got a door. That doesn't look like the best place for it, but it is an adequate place for it, which is all I really want. The door needs to be sufficient. I guess this chicken is just gonna hang around and produce eggs. That is a fair point. We'll just casually reverse our doors here. Make sure the hinges work right. Perfect. Whoa! And there goes the door. Fortunately, I have a spare. Where did that one even come from? It must have been around this corner. Okay, well, it still works. He managed to change nothing. I can research scrap wood. Wrong one. In here. first knowledge point toward crossbow crafting. And I also need one of these. A blacksmith apron, which despite having an armor rating of 5, we aren't wearing. That one just kind of hangs around. And I think we are almost ready. No, I need more stone. And I want my shovel. 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 Looks like that. Regular shovel shape with a vine. I must also build additional war axe. Which I think looked weirdly sword-ish. Perfect. Because my wood supply is having problems. Alright, we got clubs, a dagger, food, very rudimentary armor. Wouldn't mind finding some cows. Need wood, and limestone, and regular stone. Maybe some more torches. We just have needs, and are nowhere near ready to step out into the world. Just turn these into planks, and then into timber, and then a portion of the timber into sticks. And then the sticks into torches. What would also be nice to find around here are some seeds, which is something I have not yet even touched. Mostly because we're so far away from any possibility of a bucket. And that's not happening. No soliciting. I remember there was some coal up here. We got it. What did I say I was looking for? Seeds. Seeds and stone and a whole bunch of other fun stuff. This mob just has a really high material barrier to entry. a lot of stuff before you can get anywhere. And as I've said a few times now, normally I don't like mods that do that. But this one manages to be highly engaging. So that was a random explosion. And flowing water noise. I think that blast was like an astral sorcery thing. Some kind of material-rich comet that I'm going to need to find at some point. But I haven't the slightest clue where it landed. So, hunting it out could be a bit of an issue. Which is basically code for I'm not going to bother. Hi. Could you... No. Punch him back with the double. Look at all this limestone. And this guy. Kill him with the diving crunch. Stone and limestone all over. Sure, this is the first mod where I have been excited to find limestone in this kind of quantity. Normally, I hate this stuff. Whoa! Get back down that hole. Creepers all over. So we've got limestone and copper, and fairly soon now, this is all going to materialize into actual metalworking. I just need to have a very good stock of all the necessary stuff. I might even be able to manage a pickaxe before too long. Like a real... I hesitate to say real because it'll be made of copper. But an actual metal pickaxe. And what we need to get there is more cobblestone that we can smelt into regular stone. Because this mod has a lot of uses for cooked stone. Also, bear in mind, Mine Fantasy Reforged is not the only mod in this set. It's just the one that dominates my attention right now because it is gating everything. Since you practically can't make vanilla tools. But it'll all become worth it, well, eventually. Once we proceed through the tech tree enough to have access to iron, surely things will start popping off. In the meantime, I'm fresh out of Stone Pick and fresh out of Daylight, which is somewhat more alarming. Particularly with skeleton and spider noises. And you. Alright, free dirt for me. This guy doesn't even have a weapon. What does he think he's gonna do? This needs to be lit. This is just a funnel for throwing bad guys at my front door. Bad guys like that noise. Alright. Home again, home again. Jiggity jig. We'll just take 3 charcoal, cook up a bunch of cobble, store what I can here. And the dirt. Definitely more torches. And a block of coal. And now I think I have space for some forging. Alright, put the war axes down for now. I'm gonna need tongs and my blacksmith attire, a hammer. Definitely need water. So we're going to make this scrap wood quenching trough. Which is a necessary step in the forging process, and it must be made of scrap wood specifically. Meaning it's kind of a good thing that our tanning bench exploded, but at the same time you can make scrap wood by combining sticks, so not the biggest of deals. I can also... oh, I need an anvil to do that. So I can't bash the limestone into flux yet. The stone is coming along. And I need to make another pickaxe. Hopefully, this will be my last junky pickaxe. Surely it won't be, but I can dream. Just strip out our region a bit here. Make things a bit roomier. I kind of want stairs here, but I don't know when or why I want to worry about stairs. Yeah, stairs are still terribly inefficient. I need all the cobblestone that I can stand. I'd have cobblestone coming out of my ears if I had decent tools, but we're still stuck with stone trash. Okay, now we have stone. We can make, first and foremost, a bloomery. The bloomery is what we will use to turn ores into functional things. Nope, this is pre-stonecutter. Our bloomery can go up. How much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Our bloomery can go here, I guess. Also need the quenching tub, which needs water in it. Our wild chicken is still wandering around giving us eggs. More free eggs. Don't mind if I do. Just to fill that up with water. Oh, there's the spider. Our quenching trough can go right here. We'll get a stone anvil. And one of the last things I need to get started is a forge. And the funny thing is, I won't even be using the forge for a while. So we put on our blacksmithing, have tongs and hammer at the ready. And I want to start by making a pickaxe. That's a lot of pickaxes. That's a lot of pickaxes. Most of which are garbage. Doesn't have to be ornate. Okay, basically this, a copper pickaxe. In this Mind Fantasy Anvil, which requires leather strips. Funny thing about leather strips. They're cut on the carpenter's bench using shears. Well, that forces us back a step. Where do you get shears? Well, from vanilla iron, but that doesn't help. Oh, I see. Tin is tier -1. Copper is tier 0. And there's bronze, which we don't have access to. But anyway, copper is shears. 2 timber, a leather, and 2 bars. That makes shears out of whatever material you have. You'll also notice that the bars have a little flame icon, which indicates the bar needs to be hot. So here is how that works. We get 2 timber, leather, 2 copper, 2 coal. Oh, fire starter. Copper and coal goes in the bloomery. Unlike conventional furnaces, this isn't done in batches of 8. Get the bloomery lit whenever it feels like lighting. That is coal. That is copper. This should not be taking this much effort. Come on, get the spark. Do I have to use more? Let's do 3 more for the pickaxe. And then I'm also probably going to need a knife. Make that 2 knives. So 2 more after that. A bucket would be good too. Higher material tier, higher output. So I get at least 1 bucket with just 3 bars. I also kind of have dreams of a tinderbox while we're at it. So 1 more bar besides. I have ambitions, okay? There. Now you're lighting for 11. Now light already. I know why it's not working. It has to be open to the sky. I don't know why, but I'm just now remembering that the book said must be placed outdoors, clear to the sky, and chimneys will not work either. So, with clear sky access, 11, 11, get it going. There, now it's lit. And that's just gonna be like that, smoking, until it decides it's done. I've got my tongs, a couple tongs, a hammer. I might need another hammer. I might need a better hammer, which I didn't put in the copper for. That's a lot of hammers, but I need this one. 1 bar for a hammer. We'll just get that ready. Maybe some better tongs too. 2 bars for tongs. We're just making sure we're ready. Not done. Kind of stuck hanging around here until this is done. And since there's 11 in it, that could be a little bit. I could also just leave or cut some more trees. So we do need ample wood for everything all the time. I could also break some limestone down into flux. Why haven't I done that yet? Well, we've been busy. Things are happening, things are going on, things are cooking. I'm wearing my blacksmith's apron outside like it's armor, which it technically is, but I don't want it to be damaged. So, guess I'm just glad it's daytime. Here goes my war axe. Backup war axe. An improved woodcutting axe wouldn't go on this either. You could even go over there, where there's all the spruce wood. In fact, I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna get some spruce wood, just to see if it's, I don't know, better anyway. This mod is a little bit like Nightingale, you know, long before Nightingale was a thing, in that it seems to care a lot about material quality. And then it doesn't tell you very much about material quality. Look at all the eggs just kind of randomly around here. I don't even have a chicken farm. I just have wild chickens in the backyard. Throw eggs everywhere. It's like having a bunch of teenagers around Halloween. Anyway, definitely have to get back indoors now. Especially with that zombie footstep I just heard. I don't remember wandering this far away. Excuse me, leaves on my way. Anyway, as an example of what I'm talking about in terms of material quality, I've got spruce, timber, oak, timber, birch, timber. 400 grams, 800 grams, 700 grams. What does any of that mean? I think lightweight tools cost less stamina to use. So apparently, spruce is the way to go for lightweight tools. Also, how's the bloomer? Oh, I can actually take a nap now. It's been so long since I put this bed down, I've never been able to use it. How is the bloomery doing? That is what it looks like when it's done. This is good news. Now I have things to make. I've already forgotten half of what I was trying to make. Did I not set a project ready? I I didn't. The leather came back to my inventory. It was going to start with shears. So that's going to require me to break 2 ingots off the bloom. That's 1. That's 2. Grab them with the tongs. If I don't grab them with the tongs, I will be set on fire. Place them onto the anvil with the tongs. I can move them around in this interface just fine. But if I take them into my inventory, I will catch fire. So let's not do that. Copper shears. Now, we have to build these. And this involves the bar below where it says copper shears, that bar with red on both sides and little green pins in the middle. Left click moves that blue indicator to the left. Right click moves it to the right, but a little less. We want to finish as close to the center as possible. Because if we finish outside those pins, then the tool will have lost some of its durability before we even begin. So I'm going to go this way and then left. And I think I have no choice but to leave the pins here. I thought I'd be done. Then we grab it with the tongs, because they are still hot, and dunk them in the trough. This gives us some slightly damaged copper shears. And that is how you make metal tools in this mod. I think I started with 11, so I have 9 ingots left. What are we still making here? Well, I definitely need an improved hammer and tongs. And I'm going to end up with leftovers. I also need, at a bare minimum, 1 more, above and beyond everything I'm already thinking about. So, a hammer is going to be 1. And it requires a leather strip, so we need to get those strips going. That is some leather and these shears. Shears are the tool, they don't go on the table. This can also be done in the tanning rack. And as I indicated, the empty space where our tanning rack used to be, that's kind of the explanation for why we are not doing it in the tanning rack. Now we have 24 leather strips to keep doing things with, like our hammer finally. Timber strip bar. Timber strip. And let's get ourselves a bar. I'm going to venture off to the left here, bring it back right. Grab it with the tongs, stick it in the tank. We now have a copper hammer. So that's 11 minus about minus 3 for our shears and hammer. So we have 8 left, and Twitch might be giving me difficulties. Maybe it isn't. Hard to say. Pickaxe. Pickaxe was definitely on the docket. You don't want crude. Crude is vanilla. These things have enough durability to do maybe 6 block breaks now. At least the crude stone pickaxe will break 6 blocks and then will itself break. I want a copper pickaxe. 2 strips, 2 timber, 3 bars. Let's break 3 bars off the bloom here. 1, 2, 3. In the tongs. On the anvil. In place. And we run out of hammer. Good thing we made a replacement. What? There should not be anybody cooking at my door. Copper pickaxe with a spruce haft. It is superior. I crafted it with an affix. Well, how did that happen? Now, what else was it that I wanted to craft? Knives. I needed 2 copper knives. So that is timber strip bar. I don't know if I can do this as a double, but I will certainly try. If this doesn't work, I'm going to end up cooking myself. Look at all the eggs, jeesh. Wild eggs. I should really just make a chicken pen back here and let them capture themselves. Two more hot bars. Oh, we completed one, and the other one's ready to go. That's 1 knife. Two knife. And this one's superior, so we'll keep that one out. Because this one I need to use as a crafting component. Never mind whatever this is. Cogworks, struts, advanced tanning rack, frames. I don't know what that's about. I'm here to make the kitchen bench. Which is made with any polished stone variant, 4 timber, a knife, and a spoon. And while it says any knife, it does not mean any knife, because it has to be a metal knife. It could have been a tin knife, I suppose. But a stone knife? The recipe doesn't come up. The category doesn't even come up. So I need to play knifey spoony. And a spoon is just timber on a stick. By hand. Very easy. I'll even use scrap wood. It's fine. It can be a garbage spoon. Because I don't think its quality will matter. Once it becomes a cooking bench. Just hammer that together. And now with our superior knife as the tool, I can research guts, or they go into sausage, I suppose, eventually, if I have a tier 2 knife, but I don't. Also, all this mince and crumbs and eggs, that requires some other things that I should be getting into, but haven't. Guts, I'm going to hang on to. What I do have is all this raw chicken. Cooked chicken, not the greatest. But I can chop it into raw generic meat. And then the raw generic meat can be cooked into worse than chicken, apparently. So there's that. It can be querned into mince, or it can be chopped again into raw meat strips. For again, 2 hunger, and 5 when cooked. And then all the same things applied. It can still be ground into mince again, cooked into strips, or chopped further into chunks. And then the chunks are again identical in every way to the generic meat in the first place. Cooked on the stove. It's odd to me that it's specifying stovetop, because I know that there is another cooking station. That I am about to make. What is with the sudden... I mean, they don't mean anything. They're just making noise and I don't care. Cobblestone, stovetop, stone. Not there, here. Stone plus a stovetop makes a stone oven. So now, in addition to my stovetop, we also have an oven for baking. This oven I'll probably be moving a lot, because it can also be used with the forge for baking. The oven bakes food at low temperature, and the forge bakes at high temperature. I could just make a second forge and a second oven. They're cheap. What am I agonizing for? And then this, and these, and 2 of these, and put the egg away. So much with the eggs. So many eggs. Alright. I keep forgetting which crafts are done over here, and which crafts are done in the regular workbench. And I really should not be forgetting that. Because 95% of the time, it's obvious. Okay. Low temperature oven. High temperature oven. Generic meat nonsense. What is the worst meat? Because if I cook chicken, it's 3 shanks and 3.5 saturation. This is 2.5 shanks, 2.5 saturation if I generic it. So what is the worst vanilla cooked food? Demonic seal? I didn't ask for that. Wolf chops. Horse meat. So generic is apparently always a step down. And you don't do anything special with it unless you grind it into mince. You can also make sandwiches, I guess, with cheese. Cheese and salt. Well, where do these come from? You smelt bowls of salt water to get salt. You get salt water from clay pots, specifically in the ocean. Interesting. Cheese, you slice cheese wheels. Cheese wheels come from cheese pots. Cheese pots come from cooking cheese curds. Curds are made from a bunch of stuff. Milk, sugar, more salt. Milk jugs are splitting milk buckets into jugs. I don't even know if I have access to this stuff yet. So that's somewhere in the provisioning tree. I can get sugar, bread and oats, milk, wheat, seeds, makes oatmeal. Fire pit. Okay, we can make cheese. We can't make a cheese roll yet. Berry pie takes 20. Salt, jugs, stew. Stew is just cooked meat chunks in a bowl. and it's not improved by doing so. And we eventually get to jerky, meat pies, sandwiches. So basically what I'm seeing is that these intermediary nonsense foods allow us to work on our provisioning skill at the expense of knife durability. Alright, chicken. We will chop the chicken. And continue chopping it down to chunks. Now we have chunks that we can smelt or stovetop. I still want to know if they can be ovened. Kind of doubt it, since it's being specific. Yeah, I can't even right-click into the oven. Let's get our stovetop going, and how do we bowl? Has that changed? Nope, triple blank. And we stew it up with a knife. And they don't stack. On eaten, eat delay and fat accumulation. What? Fat is a thing? Well, now we have stew. Stew is a thing. Also need more stone. And to finish all of this we were working on. I don't even know how many ingots are left in the bloom, but we still have 4 more ingots yet to go. Was that a thing? That is a thing. Oh no, wait, no. There is no tallow. But yeah, it wouldn't be surprising if it was. It is a very in-depth perpetrating some cookery experience, as well as everything else. And I've still forgotten what I was using all my bars for. Well, I do know one has to be broken off by itself. and just turned into an ingot. Because the copper ingot we can research. Eventually. That'll get us to bronze. At some point. Also, you do the same thing with a single tin ingot. But again, I've forgotten what all I was doing with my ingots. We're making copper tools. And I've completely forgotten what copper tools were on the docket. Got my hammer. I was making tongs. We have not yet made the copper tongs. That's just 2 bars, and nothing else. Kind of important, since our stone tongs are dying. 1, 2, and that's it for this blue. Which means the 4 more I wanted to do can start being underway. Even though I no longer remember what those... Oh, a tinderbox. Tinderbox was on the docket. Anyway, drop the tongs. We drop the tongs to make the tongs. Also, if that blue indicator goes off one of the sides, like if it gets really close to the left edge and I left click to send it off the edge of the indicator, then the craft is lost. We just end up breaking whatever it was we were trying to make. And it is flat out gone. There are also tool racks, but they involve nails. Nails are made of hunks. Hunks are made of flux and bars. I still haven't banged out any flux from our limestone supply. So I'm kind of doing poorly on that score. I could make an improved war axe for tree cutting. Is it still war axe that's good at this tier? Or would regular axe be good? Shovel. There's also scythe and saw and all kinds of other fun stuff, which involves rivets. We haven't made any rivets yet. I gotta make rivets and nails. Mace, lumber axe, the big axe. Katana is a thing. Hoe and shovel. Buckets. I wanted buckets. 3 ingots for bucket. I'm cooking 4 now, so 3 for bucket and 1 for tinderbox, and everything is accounted for. That's how you make a bow. Timber, metal hunks, strings, strips. I guess that kinda serves. Paintbrush. Crossbow, bayonet. Some kinda neat stuff in here. Arrow bomb casing. That's something for later. Cinder staff is Embers. This is Embers stuff. From the Embers compatibility overall. So, I figured it out. 3 for a bucket, so I can get my own water supply in here finally. And then 1 for a tinderbox. Nope. There's a creeper up there. And a golem right out there. Between the two, I'd rather fight the golem. Because the golem, at least, isn't going to tear my crap apart. Now I need to get this creeper down so I can get my metal supply. Stop knocking him toward the metal supply. Nope. And now we have a great big hole. They never leave enough blocks in the aftermath to fix the damage that they cause. There's also a setting somewhere that I think I can turn off somewhere in game rule that might be more visible in later versions, but I don't remember what it's called currently. Might as well level this off while I have a bit of time and opportunity. Two, 3, 4. Wait, I didn't want 4. I only wanted 3. Well, we have 4 now. One bucket, and then 1 will be left over. I don't think bucket cares about quality. Nope, a bucket's a bucket. And tinderbox. Flint, wool, bar, double stick. Where's the bar? The wool, the 2 sticks, and I have a flute, but I don't want to use those flint. Those flints are spoken for. Is there another way to get flint out of these things? Flint. Only apparently by salvaging things, which already have flint in them, or for some reason don't. Huh. Okay, no. I thought I could make flint and steel from iron and salvage them into into steel, but they thought of that. There we go. Flint at last. Why? Hammer and tier. Flint, wool. Oh, it has to be an iron bar. Which this is definitely not. So no tinderbox for me. What this does mean is that I can instead make a shovel with that one bar. We'll go back to the spruce for it, the spruce being lightweight. Still don't know if that really matters, but I'm going to assume it does. I also want a wood axe. Three more bars. And also with the same wood and leather setup here. I got my bucket, so we'll work with that as well. This runs us out of coal. Just bang them rocks together. As for this flint that I said was spoken for, flint and steel can be made with specifically steel. Not what I'm trying to do here. Trying to make a quern. Haven and Hearth, anyone? The quern is a big old grinder for a few things. It runs on clay pots. I also even make jugs. Don't know how many of these I'll need, but I'm under the assumption that the answer is lots. Yeah, this is what happens if you just hold down right click. It's oddly slower. So I have a bunch of raw clay things to fire. They can be smelted. They can also be baked in an oven at 1000, which would involve the high temperature oven over the forge. I just ran out of coal, so I don't know if I can fuel the forge. Yeah, the forge won't fuel with wood. And I don't have any more charcoal. I've run myself out of everything. Whoops. I also need a water source in here. I'm entirely sure where I'm going to put it. But given how weirdly haphazard this entire place has been, I guess it can go over here by the bed. And just cut myself a little 2x2 or a 3x3 pit to stick water in. Doesn't need to be fancy. It just needs to be a hole that can propagate an infinite water source. And I still need to bang limestone into flux so I can make metal hunks and do some nails and things. I think I'll just make a stone hammer for that, so I'm not wasting the copper hammer. But then how much difference does it really make? Crunch out a couple of stone hammers for nonsense reasons. Basically put away all my smithing stuff, since I think we're done with smithing for the moment. Shears are also a tool. Knife is also a tool. We're running out of room for mostly tools, honestly, and also various items that are specific to this mod. There's just no sense of organization in there. But that's fine. We know what's going on. Hammer. Limestone. Nope. We're not making sharp rocks. I need this back. I need my apron back. And tongs. I can't do things while stuff is in the way. Things and stuff. New shovel. Is it better than the stone shovel? I have no way of knowing. And you give me 3 for an axe. And now we have an axe. Now the smithing stuff can go away. And now we can bash out the cobblestone, or the limestone, on the anvil. That's a lot of flux. Apparently left clicks with the hammer are also worth slightly more progress. So in addition to driving the bar farther to the left than a right click drives it to the right, it also drives the progress bar for the craft further along. Now, flux can clean hides if you don't have water. It also prepares iron ore if I have better stuff. Makes plates. Mostly I want it to turn bars into hunks. For the moment though, I'm basically a little bit stuck. For having run out of clay. Not clay, coal. So we just need daybreak to show up. And then we can go looking for more coal. In the meantime, I have Artisanry 5 and Weaponry 8. I have no idea what weaponry is good for in this context. There's nothing researchable on the main page. This is all basic information. Including smoke and chimneys. Chimneys allow you to get smoke away from yourself. I have not yet seen any smoke, so not sure what that's about. Over here in Artisanry 5, ooh, theoretically I could research bronze. And just take the copper ingot I've been sitting on. And I'm going to need coal so I can smelt 1 tin and get there. So I have to research the tin ingot as well. The reason I know that is from way back here in Getting Started. We can go through Getting Started and see how much... Why is there a witch? Why? Is there a witch? Is it a witch? Is it an angry Electroblob lizard? Well, that's a skeleton. There's a lot of creatures over there. And they're going to fight it out among themselves. I like that the club apparently inflicts slowness. But this is not at all what I'm about right now. I needs the coal. Once the stone pick finally breaks, we can move over to copper and see if that one's any better. It seems no. I think it is just as slow as stone. It just probably has more durability. At least this is a big coal vein. So we need coal. I need to go bucket some water. And still on the docket is finding some cows, which still have not shown themselves. I could also make a hoe, start pretending to farm, get some wheat for eventual charming livestock. Get myself a very small stock of animals to harvest for hides and things. Well now, if the coal vein's going to keep going, I'm going to keep chasing it. This is the first farm that is encouraging me to actually chase a coal vein to completion. Normally I just get what I consider enough and leave them alone. Because coal on its own tends not to do anything that charcoal doesn't. But here, I need coal specifically for smithing. Charcoal will not do. We also need more copper. I used a lot of copper learning how to not need copper anymore. Funny how it works. and one of these, and this. Coal and tin into the blue array. This would be a pretty decent space for farming if it weren't a lot of things. The copper shovel, not a whole lot faster than Barehead. Whoa! And the witch has arrived. And we crush it. And it brought a skill book. Just straight up +1 point of provisioning. Neat. There we go, little water pool. Research the tin. Finished research for bronzesmithing. Alright then. How we do? Well, alloying involves a stone crucible. Crucibles need a forge as a heat source. Lava works too. Crucible recipes run off a ratio. 3 bronze is 2 copper and 1 tin. With hardcore crafting, which is on by default, we need an ingot mold. Made of clay. And baked. At 1,000. One more thing I need to bake at 1,000. Also, apparently gunpowder is researchable. Three out of 4 of explosives. And nothing further. Glowstone. Not researchable yet. Egg. Not researchable yet. As for all this raw clay stuff, it is hilarious how fast it can be to process this. I'm going to stick it in there. Fill up the forge with a bit of fuel. It doesn't take much. then get it going. I don't know how it turned off there for a second. So the temperature of this thing needs to climb. And then once it gets in the vicinity of 1,000, these things will just insta-cook. Jugs and jugs and jugs and jugs. Same thing with the pots. And there's apparently no way to turn off the forge, so the rest of that fuel is going to be wasted. I still got my hammer and tongs at the ready. So can I make, like, just a stone hoe? There is a basic stone hoe. 1 sharp rock binds 2 sticks. This should go up here with the other Mineforge stuff. Now with this, and a bucket of water, and eventually daylight, I'll be able to get some crops going. Daylight being the important part. I don't really know just how large of a farm plot I intend to make here. Probably just the usual. That doesn't go there. It goes up here. Along with most of these, and is that... Oh, I have to check while outside. Is that an ocean over there? Oh, just show me, thank you. It is an ocean outside. So I can get salt. I don't want all my pots to be filled with salt. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth space. That'll be the water. I'm pretty sure this is well before waterlogging was a thing. So I'll just put a slab over the water. Now we need to cut out the rest of our farm zone. Two, three, four, with a little walking room. Don't really want to kill the chicken, but it's gonna be in the way before too much longer. A half plot should be fine for now. If we discover more crops or have need to expand, there's room to do so. One, two, three, fourth one, and the fifth space. Definitely need some lighting out here. Just push the light out, claim territory. This whole hillock is mine. What? Oh, it takes a while. That's very unwelcome. You got some hard ground. The farm labor do be laborin'. There we go. Nice half-size farm block. It mostly has lighting, preventing things from spawning, falling into it. Mostly. Not completely. But I can come up here and fix that. Now nothing will spawn and fall into the farm. As we continue to take over the upper cliffs with light. Copper axe. No better than fist. Just like the stone axe. So I guess I should have made a stone war axe. It also only does 4 damage, compared to my stone club doing 6. That's kind of bad design right there. You've got a tool that is purpose-made for woodcutting, and it's worse than no tool at all. Despite being 2 material tiers up, and it's still bad. Oh well. Nothing for it now. We made the axe. Now, in addition to everything that's going on here, whatever that is, we need an animal pen. Which I think will be served just fine by cutting this out. That looks okay. Now we just need to get some walls of some kind. Any kind, really. Stone, probably ideal because it doesn't catch fire. And a fence gate. Hello, Mr. Skeleton Man. There. Now I have somewhere to keep chickens and things. Next step, get the chickens and things. Cows also a really big deal. Not that I have any wheat yet. Or leaves. But I could get some chickens. All I have to do is find another seed. There we go. Ahoy there, chickens! Right this way, there will be seeds aplenty in the future. I'll just Pied Piper these guys this way, until they inevitably lose interest. Nope, we have their attention all the way. And then in we go. 2 chickens captured. Simple. I'll put a kind of farming related chest right here by the door. We're getting places. We're making stuff happen. Is this ocean? It's beach. It's river. Now it's ocean. I figured I'd be able to dip the pot in water. Is that you've done one at a time? Where is my water? I'm in the ocean biome. I was told that I could collect salt water this way. I collect it from the beach? Oh well, it works. If it works, it works. These are sheep. Very close to my back door. If only I could get the wheat going so I could charm some sheep. The wheat is kind of going. Bones. Bones will bone meal. And they carpenter into needles? Bone needle must be a tool. Alright, let me carpenter up a bone needle. But mostly what I want to do is get some bone meal. Oh no. Oh no. The harvest untills the ground. Sometimes. Sometimes. That's a problem. Not a huge problem, but very much an annoying one. And then salt can be smelted or stove-topped. Why do I keep looking in here? That's not where my lumber is. Let's cook the water out of that salt. Oh no. I think I forgot something about the cooktop, or the kitchen bench. Over in provisioning. You make the kitchen bench. It's used like the carpenter bench. It's used knives, spoons, and fists to craft food. The kitchen bench is going to get filthy. If you're not careful, the level of mess will make it impossible to keep cooking. Make a washcloth using a bone needle and 3 thread. Okay. Where does the thread come from? Make sticks out of timber, timber out of planks. Jugs. Cook the jugs. Put plant oil in the jugs from seeds. Improve timbers by applying plant oil to the timbers. It's used in more advanced work. Flux. Refines ingots, makes alloys. Ingots are too thick for forging, need bars. The difference is largely academic. I don't see why this is necessary, it's just a stupid extra step. use flux to turn bars into hunks. 4 hunks goes back into a bar. Plates are with flux and bars. Nails. Copper, tin, bronze, iron, or steel. Doesn't affect quality, just amount made. Rivets. You take that hunk and you move it over 1 to get rivets. Leather strips. Thread. Wool on a stick makes thread. And then 4 thread becomes string. So 1 wool turns into 4 of those, then 4 of those turns back into 1 string. Not so great, but doable. If you got sheep, you can trade them for string. Well, let's get some sticks. Planks to timber to sticks. Turn the wool into thread. That's it. Uncubes your wool. Thread makes the washcloth, of course. It's also a component in advanced leather armors. I could make some real armor now. Rough leather, and then reinforce it. So, real armor is possible now. Why does that have half durability? Oh, because the cloth starts off dirty. Does it? How do I clean this? It has a dirtiness value. Provisioning. It gets filthy. Simply repeatedly right-click your bench with the washcloth to clean it, and then clean off your washcloth by clicking water. That is what I'm doing, and it is not working. So I right-click the bench with the washcloth. It doesn't clean it. I can right-click the crap out of water with it. But neither right-click nor shift right-click nor left-click will address the dirty. Maybe it's just not dirty enough for this to matter. Can I actually leave tools there? Like, I could take this knife, and the knife can just kind of hang out on the bench. I guess the bench needs to be dirtier before I can clean it. It's the only thing I can think of. This doesn't have a tool rack section. Carpenter's bench does, though. So while it's dark, how about that better armor? Again, this is classified as crude. It's kind of terrible because the mod has crippled it. But I can make... Let's just research the leather. Finished research for medium armor. Oh, and this has to go back in the box. So over here in artisanry, we've got metal bars, bronze, which I stopped reading alloying for some reason. Make the stone crucible, mix things, has to be in a forward. Oh, I needed the ingot mold, that's why I stopped. Bronze. So, put tin in the bloomery, and then I see 2 copper, 1 tin makes 3 bronze, and they just go in the crucible. So I still need a crucible, and it has to go over a heat source. So I've got the crucible. And a spare heat source. Crucible. Still needs metal bars. I need more copper. But that's not why I opened this page. You can also use a bellows to raise temperature. Does this need more temperature than 1000 to 1500? The forge can already reach 1500 unaided, so I don't see the need for a bellows just yet. Weapons, tools, advanced tools, heavy weapons. That'll require a lot more metal. Light armor. Rough leather is a basic layer of sewn leather. Provides little protection, but is a foundation for other suits. So we have an armor rating of 5 for rough. And it's just rough all the way. Padded. You add thread and wool. Uses a foundation for heavy armor, and it's better against blunt. That's still plus 5 armor. Cutting 50, blunt 50, piercing 30. So it's a little better on blunt, a lot better on cutting, and a little better on piercing to go from rough to padded. And if we go from rough to reinforced, 42, 30, 60. So it's the same on piercing, about the same on cutting, and even better on blunt than padded, which is allegedly a blunt specialist. Or we could go, and then from reinforced, we can then go studded, which gets a whole lot better. But that takes rivets. Lots of rivets. Well, let's start sewing. Oh, the bone needle is terrible. It works, but its durability is dreadful. Thread strips. Are there better needles? Oh, yeah, there are. Copper needle, made with 4 hunks, which is basically a bar. How about anvils? Goes from stone to bronze, then iron, then steel, then black steel, blue steel, and red steel. Black steel, gold, and some stuff. Black steel, steel, bronze, and obsidian. Now that's an alloy. Steel is just steel, basically. I assume. Oh yeah, pig iron and coal dust. What is pig iron? Prepared iron, which is fluxed iron. You can get 1 from iron ores, or better flux, you can get 2 from raw iron. Doesn't say where raw iron comes from. Wait. Oh, that's with strong. Okay, it's the stronger flux that is the. You get the stronger flux from borax. Yeah, I know how much you're into the expanded cooking. And it's a whole skill line here, the provisioning skill, where you level up. We're at 5 provisioning, 6 provisioning now. 15 for sweet rolls, 20 for pie, 15 for cheese, 10 for jerky. Provisioning is also where bandages hide. So we're just not getting very far with the whole provisioning thing. 3 leather, 2 thread, 2 strips. Sewing pants, we're going to run out. Wait. If I run out of bone meal, then I don't have another carpenter bench to make another bone needle. There goes my needle. I need more bone needle. And then some boots, rough boots, thread and strips. They're maintaining the shapes, but it's a mixture of thread, strips, and leather, making it a little difficult to understand the true cost. And now that I have rough, I can make them either reinforced or padded. 28, 20, 40, 34, 24, 36. So padded is just plain better against cutting, and reinforced is a lot better against blunt. And uses less leather. I'm also pretty sure I've seen a lot more cutting weapons than blunt weapons out there. So let's go with padded. Oh, I can't. I can't because I need a tier 1 needle, and bone is tier 0. So there will be no superior armor for us right now. But we have improved from hide. 31, 22, 45. Actually, this is the same. 21, 15, 30. Yeah, rough leather and hide are apparently identical in all ways. Can I at least salvage these? Yeah, I can get the materials back. With a flint. I have a flint. 2 stone, 2 timber. Gotta cook more stone. More important than cooking more stone, I need to cook more charcoal, so I can more easily cook more stone. And a crafting table. And that is made on the carpenter's bench with a hammer. garbage hammer was here the whole time. Just drop a valid item on top. Where does the salvage go? I guess the first one just got deleted. Now I don't need this small hide to make a headdress anymore. I can just tan it. But to do that I need nails, and to do nails I need more copper. There's also this that's just kind of hanging around on me. I can theoretically get into Ember's stuff, though I kind of really doubt it. But it's at least worth a look. Ancient Codex of Embers. Right-click entries to mark them complete. So this is where we are with Embers. Constructs. We fought a couple. Ores. Copper, lead, silver, and quartz. Don't have sufficient pickaxes to do anything with that. Caymanite. Sturdy ceramic made from clay and sand. Excuse me. And then there's also sulfur. Yeah, as I thought. We have not gotten very far with Ember. Or anywhere at all, for that matter. I hear another construct. But where is it? I definitely heard its plunking feet. A free book of engineering. Oh there, sheep. Right this way, fellas. Come with me, and you'll see a world of something. Confinement and agitation. And that is 2 sheep to add to my collection. And 1 hammer I don't need to be carrying around. If only I could find some cows as well. Not really sure where I should be going for cows. Things seem to be a bit biome specific. Why is there running water noise? Something's down there. Explain yourself. Nothing. It's just a small hole of sand and growls. Nothing of note down here. There's more clay. Clay is always good. I can also kind of start fussing around with this aquamarine shale. Eventually I'll need plenty of that. Hey! You guys look suspiciously like cows. Would you mind taking a journey with me across this very short ocean? Apparently, only one of you will. Hey, you. There was wheat. Wheat. There we go. Got his attention again. Come on, the both of you. Also, I could use some of this, I think. More marble down there. Alright, now here's the tough part. Getting them to follow across this water. Because they don't like swimming. This would be much easier if I had a lead or something. Well, I haven't done quite that much exploring yet. Oh, we've lost one. I just kick you across the water. Hurry up. Move. This is not faster. But at least it's gotten the second cow back into pay attention range. Alright. These two are larger, more prone to getting stuck on the environment. But we don't have very far left to go. And there we go. Two of a kind. Two of every kind. What's the next big move? Well, it definitely needs to involve more copper. And where the heck I intend to find more copper. There's more coal, which is almost as good. Lots more coal. No coal shortage here. Aha! Copper and tin. And a friend. Got the dive on him. Why are these torches here? Did I really only go part way? Huh. The copper was very close to home all along. There are other ways we can explore. We've just got some mining and torch collecting, or torch crafting to do. You are the furnace, and you are smelting some stone. I should probably put the astral tome away. I keep it around because it can be used to compress some otherwise unstackable items. But I can't get access to those unstackable items if I don't have at least an iron tier pickaxe, so it doesn't do me much good. I can maybe get some bronze going. I grab a whole bunch of tools here. Also, there's more copper research. Not yet. Tin ingot. Can I do anything with it? Nothing useful. I just have to heat it up and turn it back into a bar. That would allow me to use one less coal. Or actually not really. So I would still need that coal to heat the bar in the first place. Four and 4. Light it up. You get lit up. Gotta watch it, because this needs to get to its workable temperature without going too high. Meanwhile, the bloom will be just fine on its own. Alright. Oh, it went too high. We did not grab it soon enough. Grab it now. Those bars have to be hot when they go into the crucible. No. So I have 1 tin bar at the ready. And this, I wish I could just shut off. I seemed to accidentally once. Come on, get my 4th bar. There. And then 1 tin. For copper. The last tin. Oh, I can fuel this with charcoal? Since when? Alright. Ingot mold. We have 6 bars. worth of hot bronze. Oh boy. It just deletes an entire bucket's worth of water if I put it in regular water. And now we have 6 bars of bronze. Pretty nice. Which is a tier 1 metal as opposed to tier 0. Can I make even more tools out of it? I mean, probably. What I want to do right now is get some nails. Here we go. Heat the bar, add flux. Add flux where? On the anvil. I'll probably need more. I mean, I have so little bronze right now that I don't want to burn more than I need to on nails. But I know I'm going to need a whole mess of nails. Okay, this thing is now cooking, wasting fuel. So give me the crucible. My crucible just got incinerated. I wanted to remove it. Oh well. We can replace the crucible. It's cheap. Bunch of bronze hunks into the water. My replacement crucible for accidentally trashing the other one. And these have to be hot to make nails. They also have to be hot to make needles. Which, I mean, that's a thought. Wait, can these not go in as a stack? Oh. Ow! Ah! Why? Ooh. I touched the hot metal. Oh. I have the hot metal in my pocket. That's what I get for right-clicking a single bit of metal in there and not opening it up to place the whole stack. What do you mean no project set? That's a nail, isn't it? Do they all have to be this? Oh, this one isn't workable yet. One piece needs to be hotter. Now I can make nails. Nails are difficult. That bar is jumping all over the place. Did I just destroy the nails? I did just destroy the nails because it's tier 1 anvil, tier 1 hammer, and this is a tier 0 and a tier 0. So I can't make nails until I have a bronze hammer. Okay. Bronze, strip, timber. Heat the bronze. Prepare the strip and timber. I think I'm starting to see the purpose of the bellows. So I would do that a little faster. Bronze hammer. We open the forge, throw in the bronze. That could use maybe another bit of fuel. Also, I need a stack to heal me from having a hot lump of bronze in my pocket. Bronze. Bronze. Add bronze. And it's still no good because I still need the tier 1 anvil, which I've already forgotten. So we'll just cool those immediately, and that's going to take a lot more bronze than I'm capable of making right now. But hey, a bronze smithing hammer is ours nevertheless. I cooked the hell out of my blacksmithing robe, as well as my leather armor entirely. Just gave ourselves a real bad time there. Ack! I'm just trying to place a crucible. But no, it assumed I wanted to open the forge without a blacksmith apron. Just stick my hand straight into the coals. So, I need more bronze. And to get to more bronze, I need a lot more copper. I can't even make a bronze pickaxe unless my anvil is bronze, can I? It's not gonna tell me. So I guess what I should have done is made copper nails, or tin nails, and not bronze. Could have told me that I needed a higher tier anvil. I'm just picking up the stone anvil. If I need it, it'll be here. I also now have to deal with my painstakingly sewn armor being at half health because I set myself on fire. So that's also a thing. Oh, and it's sunset. So I'm trying to leave at the worst possible time. But it's fine. There was some stuff to mine, like right up here, wasn't there? Creeper Pack was not on my bingo card. Neither was this guy. Who invited you? Any other clever surprises? Yeah, the pack of 3 creepers was not in my horoscope today. But there they were. So we learned that copper equipment is identical to stone equipment. It just has better durability. Bronze equipment is the first stuff that allows us to technically have a step up on things, but it's expensive and requires a bronze anvil to be able to work it properly, which by itself is another 6 bronze. Nowhere in the guidebook did it explain that I needed a higher tier anvil to work bronze. And we've also learned not to right click on the forge with things we want to heat in hand, because it'll just insert them one at a time. And once the first one is heating, it will no longer stack with the others because heating is metadata. So the mysteries and idiosyncrasies and weirdnesses of this mod are slowly coming to light. And we know that coal is actually extremely valuable, because while charcoal can fuel the forge, I don't think it can fuel the bloomery. Then again, it's not like I've tried. I should cook up some tin bars, so once we get access to a decent amount of copper, we are ready to start melting more bronze. It is a bit of a pain that bronze can only be made, what was it, 6 at a time? Wait, that wasn't even a good ratio. Hang on. Oh, it can be made up to 9 at a time. We only made 6. Okay, that's actually fine. Even more coal. And more coal. I'm kind of done with coal right now. I want more copper. The copper has got to happen. Here again, there has been a bow skeleton right here every time. I can't... Oh, I can mine this copper. Ember's copper coming in for the win. I thought this demanded... Yeah, it demands pickaxe level iron. Which this pickaxe definitely is not. But I guess it suddenly doesn't care. Kaolinite. More copper. And a sprinting zombie just kind of hanging out on a rock. I guess whatever those guys are doing, they can figure out among themselves. I have better things to do than pick a fight with more skeletons as my armor rapidly falls apart. Maybe I could get into a bronze needle and sew myself some better leather. Like that padded set. Okay, there's gotta be more than just one copper ore over here. That doesn't happen. Nope, it's just one copper. Nope, never mind. But this is aluminum. That's not even copper. Also, faint lava noises. And astral sorcery marble. If I can mine astral sorcery marble, then something I previously thought was off limits is actually available to me. We also want the Kaolinite. I have a very limited understanding of what Kaolinite is or does, but it's new and we can get it, so we're gonna get it. Now, it is getting kind of close to closing time for me, which is pretty good for a few reasons. Oh, that goes there. This goes here. So what I'm going to do right now is that thing I didn't think I could. I think that will be the end of it for the day. And that thing is somewhere around here. There was a marble structure there. Also over there, somehow closer. These marble structures are astral sorcery things. They have loot and lore that applies to the astral sorcery mob. And I thought I was going to have to wait until I had an iron pickaxe to be able to access them. But apparently, against all sense, the copper pickaxe is sufficient. So if I can start approaching astral sorcery, and perhaps also embers in some way, then we can break this mod pack open and start doing a whole lot more than just training up our blacksmithing skill. Here it is. Traditionally, I like to mark that I've been here by eliminating the water flow. Every block in these things is valuable. Typically, I would also install chisel to more easily transfer between the different types of marble, because astral sorcery involves a lot of multi-block structures, involving a lot of specialized types of marble. We have to craft the pure marble into marble bricks, and then into marble pillars, and then into chisel, and it's a whole mess. But this chest is why I came here. Look at that. Iron, gold, an ender pearl, glowstone. I don't think I can do anything with the iron yet, because very aggressive material gating. But we now have iron. I have a bunch of marble bricks to tear down. This is also going to have to involve... what am I trying to think of? I mean, another chest, and a fairly large outdoor area, because astral sorcery demands a lot of outdoor space. I think I'll just leave this marble here for now. It's a giant white square on the map. If I need it, I know where to find it. And we can stomp execute some more sheep. Oh yeah, hide. I was briefly confused because something of an unusual color came out of that sheep. But it was hide. This is normal. Then we have this. These striped dirt blocks are another thing added by Mind Fantasy. They are clay-bearing dirt. Because it demands a lot of clay, so it provides another source. I'm not going to dig all of it, though, because I'm beginning to feel a little pressed for time. Ow. Didn't expect to fall, but look what we found. That's a borax deposit, but that requires a diamond level pickaxe. But hey, now we know where to find a borax deposit, which I think was the advanced flux. Stuff is coming together. Our metallurgical technology is advancing. Now there's also one small little detail where these aquamarines key into quite possibly one of the most annoying mod mechanics I have ever had the displeasure of dealing with. But on the whole, Astral Sorcery is good, so I'm going to put up with it. Let's see, we got some hides to wash, a free chest. I can research the chest? Can I research the chest? Not yet. It's going to have a chest. And some wool, and a bunch of marble paraphernalia. Ingots, which are not bars. All this stuff can go over the farming chest. These sheep hides need to be rinsed off. We will leather those at some point. But that, I think, will do it for the day. Next time we have a lot of copper to turn into bronze. In fact, these two combined are just enough. But we can't really do it that way. Double 9. That's not how that works either. It's 6 and 3. We can do 3 batches. This is 9, 18, 21? No, I can't math. I think I'm going to need a fire starter before tomorrow is out. Maybe I can actually make the tinderbox with the iron. Maybe I can actually bar the iron. Who knows? That's going to be a question for another time. this has been mostly Mind Fantasy Reloaded on Minecraft 1.12.2. I will see you next time.